Kid Cudi put out a new song. This sounds like a good one too. Yeah, this is what we're gonna do.
It's the day I've been waiting for, and I'm setting the scene. Your touch paralyzes me in the morning. I don't want you to go. Sincerely yours forevermore. And teach me what you know, and I count on you. Show me something new, honey. I've been willing to trust someone.
The topic.
President Teddy Roosevelt wanted to declare the Grand Canyon off limits to all timber and mining operations. It would take another 11 years for Congress to designate the Grand Canyon a national park. Sensing a final opportunity for adventure, explorer G.E. Kincaid took a boat down the Colorado River and through the Grand Canyon. The canyon was rich in minerals like gold, silver, and copper, and Kincaid wanted to see what he could find before the area was closed off for good. About 40 miles upriver from the El Tovar Crystal Canyon, Kincaid saw stains in the sediment formation about 2,000 feet up. He tied hundreds of them, carved in sandstone, steps that wound their way up to a high shelf on the side of the canyon. He followed the steps until he came across a cavern entrance, an entrance that was clearly man-made. Kincaid entered the cavern and turned on his flashlight. On the walls, he saw writing. But it wasn't English or Native American writing, it was ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics. Kincaid lifted his flashlight and saw that the tunnel ran far into the distance. He didn't realize it at the time, but this was only the beginning. When G.E. Kincaid tied off his small wooden boat to investigate the strange coloration of the rock wall, he was hoping to find clues that would lead him to a mineral deposit. He wasn't expecting to find hieroglyphics. When Kincaid noticed chisel marks in the walls, he drew his pistol, turned on another light, and slowly walked deeper into the gloom. He kept detailed notes of everything he saw.
The main passageway is about 12 feet wide, narrowing to 9 feet toward the farther end. About 57 feet from the entrance, the first side passages branch off to the right and left, along which on both sides are a number of rooms about the size of ordinary living rooms of today, though some are 30 by 40 feet square. These are entered by oval-shaped doors and are ventilated by round air spaces through the walls into the passages. The walls are about 3 feet 6 inches in thickness. The passages are chiseled or hewn as straight as could be laid out by an engineer. The ceilings of many of the rooms converge to a center. The side passages near the entrance run at a sharp angle from the main hall, but toward the rear they gradually reach a right angle in direction.
G.E. Kincaid now realized he was in a huge complex. He estimated that as many as 50,000 people could have lived here. In some rooms he found granaries with shelves of glazed pottery, many of which still contain seeds. He found cooking areas and a huge dining hall. The rooms were full of ancient artifacts. Kincaid carefully wrapped a few small metal and ceramic objects for later study. Another large room Kincaid described as an area for metalwork, a technology that should not have existed in this area.
Here are found tools of all descriptions made of copper. These people undoubtedly knew the lost art of hardening this metal, which has been sought by chemicals for centuries without result. On a bench running around the workroom was some charcoal and other material probably used in the process. There's also slag and stuff similar to mat, showing that these ancients smelted ores, but so far no trace of where or how this was done has been discovered, nor the origin of the ore.
G.E. Kincaid explored the underground complex for several hours, still having no idea when this place was used, what it was used for, or who the builders were. Then he came across another large room, a crypt. The crypt had shelf upon shelf and row upon row of mummies, dozens of them. At this point, G.E. Kincaid realized that if he was going to explore this entire underground city, he was going to need help. G.E. Kincaid sent a few artifacts to the Smithsonian along with his notes of what he found. He requested financial and logistical support for what he felt was the most significant archaeological discovery ever made. The Smithsonian agreed. A few weeks later, Professor S.A. Jordan arrived with a team of about 40 scientists, researchers, and laborers to excavate and explore the ancient underground city. Now with more lights and manpower, the scientists realized that the cave system layout wasn't random. It was a symmetrical, deliberate design. The tunnels all led to a central chamber. In the chamber was a large statue of what Kincaid thought looked like Buddha.
Like butter.
Buddha.
What I say.
Over 100 feet from the entrance is the cross hall, several hundred feet long, in which are found the idol or image of the people's god sitting cross-legged with a lotus flower or lily in each hand. The cast of this face is oriental, and the carving in this cavern. The idol almost resembles Buddha, though the scientists are not certain as to what religious worship it represents. Taking into consideration everything found thus far, it is possible that this worship most resembles the ancient people of Tibet.
No, I didn't think we were allowed to say Oriental. Are we bringing that back?
We're not. This was written over 100 years ago, so.
Oh, right, when we had freedom of speech.
No, Oriental in this context just means Eastern.
Ah.
Because of this discovery, Kincaid's team started calling the complex the Citadel. The crypt was one of the bigger rooms discovered. Now, with enough light, Kincaid was able to fully describe what he saw.
The walls slant back at an angle of about 35 degrees. On these are tiers of mummies, each one occupying a separate hewn shelf. At the head of each is a small bench, on which is found copper cups and pieces of broken swords. Some of the mummies are covered with clay, and all are wrapped in a bark fabric. The urns or cups on the lower tiers are crude, while as the higher shelves are reached, the urns are finer in design, showing a later stage of civilization. It is worthy of note that all the mummies examined so far have proved to be male, no children or females being buried here. This leads to the belief that this exterior section was the warriors' barracks.
Kincaid, Jordan, and the Smithsonian team explored the entire cave complex. They were overwhelmed with evidence that this was not some faraway temple occupied by a few priests. This was a huge city lived in by thousands of men, women, and children for hundreds or possibly thousands of years. The question nobody could answer was, who were they? By the end of the expedition, G.E. Kincaid and Professor Jordan's team had discovered hundreds of rooms, barracks, granaries, metalworking shops, temples, and many, many living quarters. Though most of the rooms were empty, thousands of artifacts were found. They found swords and shields made of copper, bronze, and a gray metal that scientists couldn't identify. They thought it looked like platinum. They found pottery, urns, utensils for cooking, small yellow stones called cat's eyes, and large stone tablets, all engraved with hieroglyphics.
On all the urns or walls over doorways and tablets of stone which were found by the image are the mysterious hieroglyphics, the key to which the Smithsonian Institute hopes yet to discover. The engraving on the tablets probably has something to do with the religion of the people. Similar hieroglyphics have been found in southern Arizona. Among the pictorial writings, only 2 animals are found. One is of prehistoric type.
Even with all the relics and all the writing Kincaid and Jordan found, they were still no closer to determining who built the Citadel in the Grand Canyon. They thought some of the statues looked Tibetan, but they weren't quite right. They thought the writing looked Egyptian. Again, that wasn't quite right. There were experts on site, none of whom could identify the statues or translate any of the text. But there were 2 things that the researchers could agree on. One, the civilization that built the Citadel was very advanced, far more advanced than the native tribes that occupied the area for a few thousand years. This now lost civilization worked bronze many years before the Bronze Age began. They understood division of labor and agriculture when every other society on Earth was presumably still hunting and gathering. These are discoveries that went against everything that was taught in mainstream archaeology and anthropology. A civilization like this shouldn't exist.
Ooh, what was the second thing?
What?
Oh, you said the eggheads agreed on 2 things. What was the second thing?
Right. They agreed that the civilization that built the Citadel in the Grand Canyon didn't emerge there locally. This civilization arrived there from the other side of the world. Kincaid and Professor Jordan sent boxes of artifacts and books full of notes and drawings back to the Smithsonian, along with their hypothesis that an ancient civilization existed in the Grand Canyon thousands of years before Native Americans arrived in North America. These people were technologically advanced, educated, skilled, and spiritually complex. And these people originated somehow in Egypt or Asia. Kincaid wanted more resources and a larger team to help them research the Citadel
What's good,
and search the Grand
Bones?
Canyon for more evidence of this lost civilization.
How you doing,
Their
man?
request was denied, and G.E. Kincaid and Professor S.A. Jordan were never heard from again.
Son of a b-
In northern Arizona is one of the most spectacular natural wonders on Earth, the Grand Canyon. Carved over millions of years by the Colorado River, the Grand Canyon is more than just a pretty landscape and a spot for tourists to take selfies. It's a place of deep spiritual significance
I'm
for
chilling,
the
bro.
people who've lived in the area. The Hopi, Navajo, Zuni, Apache, and several other tribes have lived around the Grand Canyon for several thousand years. They still do. Hopi mythology says that from the Grand Canyon, the first people of the world entered. The story says that many thousands of years ago, a reptilian race emerged.
lizard people!
Yep.
Hey, how many times do lizard people have to come up in these stories before you believe
Yeah, we
in
can
it?
play.
I guess I'm gonna need a few more.
Lizard people are gonna keep popping up. You'll see.
Grab me.
Thousands of years ago, a reptilian race,
Lizard people.
lizard people, emerged from the Grand Canyon and changed into humans.
Lizard people are shapeshifters.
That would seem to be true. Other Pueblo cultures like the Zuni and the Acoma have similar legends that there were people there before the tribes.
Lizard people legends?
Well, some legends say reptilians were there. Other legends say a race of giants were there.
Ooh.
And there are rumors that skeletons of giants have been discovered all over the western United States, but the evidence has been suppressed.
Suppressed by who?
The Smithsonian.
Of course.
Something I've learned from doing the show is that all myths and legends do carry a little bit of truth. We already have evidence that people landed in North America before Columbus. The Vikings famously explored and settled parts of Newfoundland 500 years before the quote-unquote New World was quote-unquote discovered. And there's growing evidence that ancient Chinese explorers landed in North and South America before the Vikings. But landing on the east or west coast of America is one thing. Getting to the Grand Canyon is a whole other thing. How could people get there? And even if they could, how did they have the technology to excavate millions of tons of rock in order to build an entire underground city? Well, we may have known the answer to that question for 1,000 years. Traveling from Europe and Asia to America thousands of years ago was almost impossible. Almost. Many brave people did it. But traveling to the Grand Canyon is a much more difficult task than landing on a California beach. To get to and build in the Grand Canyon requires technology. The Hopi have a very intriguing legend about the ant people. These are humanoid creatures that are smaller than humans with pale skin and large eyes like an insect.
Aliens.
According to legend, a series of cataclysms hit the Earth many thousands of years ago.
Younger Dryas.
The Hopi were on the verge of being destroyed. A sky god emerged from what they called a moving star.
UFO.
The sky god brought the Hopi to the ant people, who escorted them to underground caves for protection. The sky god then got back into his moving star and flew off above the clouds. The Paiute have a legend about the Havmusuvs. They're usually described as being humanoid in shape with golden skin and large eyes.
Aliens.
They lived in a vast underground city and traded with faraway people. They possessed weapons that the Paiute described as silver tubes that shot lightning and can kill a man instantly.
Phases.
And the most interesting part of the Havmusuv legend? They supposedly flew silver canoes in the sky.
UFOs.
These craft made a humming sound and could maneuver like an eagle and move at great speeds. Most ancient cultures have a flood myth. They describe a global disaster that melted the ice caps and caused sea level to rise 400 feet. Entire cities were wiped out. Maybe even people came down from the sky. These gods gave humans the gift of civilization and taught them things they had forgotten before the Great Flood. Things like writing, astronomy, and agriculture. Could the city in the Grand Canyon be evidence of this time in history? And if it is, why would anyone want to suppress it? All the information in today's episode comes from 2 front-page articles from the Phoenix Gazette published in 1909. In the years since, mainstream researchers have decided that the articles were a hoax, a fantastic story. But many people believe the story is real, and the Smithsonian is covering it up.
Smithsonian Public Relations, Marion speaking.
Hold on. Hello?
Hello?
Hello? I'm here. Sorry, I was on hold a long time.
How can I help you?
They transferred me to Marion.
Yes, this is Marion.
Okay, great. My name is AJ, and I'm with the Y-Files. We're a YouTube channel that covers mysteries.
Did you say you're from
Is it?
YouTube?
The Y-Files is a channel on YouTube, yes.
Okay.
Okay, I wanted to talk to you about an article that was in the Phoenix, Arizona Gazette in 1909, and they sent me to you. I was hoping to ask you a couple of questions about that.
Okay, let me stop you. No Egyptian artifacts of any kind have ever been found in North or South America.
Sounds like you've given that speech before.
Yes, I get this call a couple of times a year. I can tell you that the Smithsonian has never been involved in anything like this in the Grand Canyon or anywhere.
So, G.E. Kincaid,
There's no record of anyone by that name ever working for the Smithsonian. The whole thing is a hoax.
yeah, that's the prevailing belief, but the Smithsonian has been accused of covering this up, so
Yeah, I don't have a response to that.
you probably don't want to talk about giants or giant skeletons, huh?
And goodbye.
That's the official story. Kincaid's cave is a hoax, so no reason to try and find it. nothing to see here. Even Kincaid himself wanted to keep people out.
First, I would impress that the cavern is nearly inaccessible. The entrance is 1,486 feet down the sheer canyon wall. It is located on government land, and no visitor will be allowed there under penalty of trespass.
My
The
stream's playing on
scientists
mine.
wish to work unmolested, without fear of archaeological discoveries being disturbed by curio or relic hunters. A trip there would be fruitless, and the visitor would be sent on
it's
his
pretty.
way.
Whether at the request of the Smithsonian
pretty
or just to
solid.
protect his find, it was clear that Kincaid wanted to dissuade people from finding the Citadel. But even over 100 years later, that wouldn't stop people from trying. And some of those people, they say they found it. Jerry Wills and his wife Kathy have been studying the Kincaid Cave mystery for years.
Yeah, mine-
Their
mine-
approach
mine
was
is
find
straight.
the original base camp of the explorers, which would lead them to the cave. After years of research and exploring the area where G.E. Kincaid said he found the cave, Jerry and Kathy found a location covered in artifacts from that time. And on the canyon wall just below this area, they believe is the entrance to the
Yeah,
underground
that's
city.
gonna happen
Exploring is difficult
every
though.
hour,
The entire
30-second
area where
ad.
the cave is supposed to be is designated off limits by the federal government.
Yo, I saw that coming.
About 1,000 caves have been discovered in the Grand Canyon, many of them man-made, but only about 30 have been mapped, and many of those have been sealed.
Ooh, I close them off.
Oh, for your safety.
Oh, that's a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, I don't
yeah,
buy the
Mr.
safety
Cut.
excuse either. There are plenty of people who'd be willing to take the risk, and they'd be willing to sign a waiver that says the government isn't responsible if something happens. In fact, people have tried this. The government still says no, it's too dangerous.
How nice of the government to look out for us.
Isn't that nice? Then why is it legal to jump out of a plane or ride a roller coaster or drive a car? Some things in life are dangerous, but they're still worth doing. Some other caves in the Grand Canyon have been blocked by steel gates. They say this is to protect the bat population.
Whoa. Did you say bats? We have to protect the bats?
That's what they say.
Well, haven't bats caused enough problems these last few years? Allegedly.
Nice.
Still, people are willing to risk a fine or imprisonment to find the lost city in the Grand Canyon. But anyone who goes looking should expect a response. When Jerry and Kathy's team tried to explore the area, suddenly an unmarked plane appeared. Clearly, they were being watched. Despite this part of the Grand Canyon being a no-fly zone, and the fact that no aircraft is allowed to fly below the rim, a plane appeared. Jerry Wills is convinced this was a warning. His team was unable to continue their expedition.
Good for
Exploring the cave from above is almost impossible. But what about exploring it from below, as G.E. Kincaid did? Another group of explorers tried this. As they approached the location, a black helicopter showed up. Not a tourist helicopter, not even a black civilian helicopter, an Apache combat helicopter. When this team explored the area above, looking for the ventilation shafts Kincaid wrote about, and possibly a way down, they found cement blocks in the middle of nowhere. Some of these blocks are platforms near the edge of the rim with hardware and anchors that would be used to assist mountaineers. When asked about this, the authorities say these are reinforcing structures to prevent rock falls. Also in this forbidden zone, rock formations have unusual names. There's Isis Temple, Tower of Set, Horus, the Cheops Pyramid, and Ra. There's also the Manu Temple, the Buddha Temple, the Krishna Temple, and the Shiva Temple, and many more names that refer to ancient Egyptian and Hindu cultures. Cultures that specifically have myths about a god helping civilization after the Great Flood. The official word is, the fact that these names exist within the Grand Canyon's no-go zone is a coincidence. But I don't really believe in those. Do you?
No.
David Hatcher Childress is a French author who's published 200 books. He often covers ancient mysteries. He believes the United States government is actively suppressing archaeological discoveries. He mentions that while the film Raiders of the Lost Ark is fiction, the final scene showing the warehouse is close to reality. That the Smithsonian, an independent federal agency, is hiding some of the most important discoveries made in the Americas. He says the cover-up began in 1881 with famous geologist John Wesley Powell. Powell appointed Cyrus Thomas the director of the Eastern Mound Division of the Smithsonian Institution's Bureau of Ethnology. When Thomas came to the Smithsonian, he believed there was a race of mound builders that were distinct from and arrived before the American Indians. This school of thought is called diffusionism, which says throughout history, there's been a widespread dispersion of culture and civilization, even across great distances. The Smithsonian took the opposite approach. It promoted isolationism. which says most civilizations are isolated from each other and have little contact, especially when separated by large bodies of water. It was held that the advanced and highly populated civilizations of the Ohio and Mississippi valleys were rare, and that they didn't have contact with other advanced cultures like the Aztecs, the Toltecs, or the Maya. But the Mississippi River runs from Canada all the way to the Gulf of Mexico. To say these cultures were isolated is like saying that people in the Black Sea had no contact with people in the Mediterranean. That's ridiculous. When ancient mounds of the American Midwest are examined, they show the existence of a complex culture, cities larger than those in Europe at the time. They also show burials of extremely tall people, sometimes 7 or 8 feet tall. When the Spiro mounds were excavated in the 1930s, 7 and 8 foot tall skeletons were found, at a time when the average height of a human male was about 5'6". Those skeletons have been lost. In 1892, Stone, Alabama by Frank Burns during a geological survey. The coffins were about 7.5 feet long, hollowed out by fire and metal chisels. The findings were sent to the Smithsonian. In 1984, this report was found by researcher Frederick J. Pohl. He asked the Smithsonian about this. They said, "We have not been able to find the specimens in our collections, though records show that they were received."
Oh, how do you lose giant stone coffins?
That weighed several tons? I don't know.
And never underestimate the incompetence of the federal government.
8 years later, the Smithsonian said they found the coffins, but they were stored in a warehouse that was contaminated by asbestos, so nobody could go in there to see them. During World War II, a crew was building an airship in Alaska. They excavated a mound that had gigantic human remains, skeletons twice or 3 times the size of a normal human. This report has been confirmed by multiple sources. The Smithsonian collected the findings, and that was the last anyone heard about it. There are stories like this from Alaska all the way down to Mexico City. An amazing discovery is made, the Smithsonian steps in, the story disappears. The saying, "skeletons in your closet," means you have secrets you don't want revealed. Secrets that, if discovered, would be embarrassing and possibly dangerous. In the case of the Smithsonian, skeletons in the closet could be taken literally. But the government literally has evidence that an advanced race was in North America long before the native tribes arrived. Evidence they don't want revealed. Mainstream science says this is nonsense. But the Hopi and other Grand Canyon tribes do believe this. The Hopi say that when the first people emerged from the Grand Canyon, they sent a message to the Temple of the Sun asking for a blessing of peace. That messenger hasn't returned. But even today in Hopi villages, at sundown, tribal elders can be seen on rooftops, gazing toward the setting sun, waiting for the messenger to come home. And when he does, the ancient land will be returned to the first people. Now that's an optimistic belief. The United States spent 200 years taking land from the first people. You really think they're going to give it back? Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. My name is AJ, that's Hecklefish. This has been the Y-Files. If you had fun or learned anything, do us a favor and like, subscribe, comment, and share. That stuff really helps the channel. And like most topics we cover here, today's was recommended by you. So if there's a story you'd like to see or learn more about, go to theyfiles.com/tips. And special thanks to our patrons who make this channel possible. Without our Patreon members, there would be no Y-Files. If you'd like to support the channel, consider becoming a member on Patreon or grabbing something from the Y-Files store. I know inflation is making everyone jack their prices, but we have not.
Oh, you got any tinfoil hats up there yet?
Not yet.
Well, get cracking, sport. They are definitely watching us.
I'm working on it. That's gonna do it. Until next time, be safe, be kind, and know that you are appreciated.
Oh, my bad.
Your touch paralyzes me in the morning. I don't want you to go, sincerely yours forevermore. And teach me what you know when I count on you. Show me something new, honey.
Oh, stay center. Aye.
To trust someone, and I've been willing to trust someone, and I've been willing to trust someone, and I've been willing to trust someone. If we ain't got trust, we ain't got nothing. Is this really love? What it's becoming? Funny how we turned into something. Say you wasn't even looking for a boyfriend. Don't need no friends, that shit's so confusing. Left your ex, thought you never trust a man again. Don't take it out on me, no. Don't do me dirty, let's make this worth it. I've been willing to trust someone, and I've been willing to trust someone. Willing to trust someone. Willing to trust someone.
Good, buddy. I should have caught that. Take off. Oh, you're gonna lose shit. What is going on? If you're not, I gotta leave then. If you're not, are you in here? Okay, you're in here.
Spin that shit, man.
Good power on that shot.
I just find this extraordinary that there is a crystal, there is a material that you could heat up and create negative ions.
The concept that tourmaline crystals can promote happiness by emitting negative ions made me think of a quote from Nikola Tesla. In a crystal, we have clear evidence of the existence of a formative life principle. And though we cannot understand the life of a crystal, it is nonetheless a living being. This topic really caught my attention, so I started looking into the mysteries of crystals. I'm telling you, I found powerful information. So please, stay with me. Your mind will be blown. Before we explore Tesla's ideas about crystals, let's first understand more about tourmaline crystals and negative ions.
Tourmaline has a structure such that if you heat it and cause it to expand, it will actually develop an electric charge on the faces of the crystal. You have discharges between those faces, break down in air and forming ions, and that charge then can get transferred to any organic molecule that's present in the air. A 5-degree change was enough to generate ions.
Tourmaline crystals are highly regarded in both scientific and esoteric circles for their unique electrical properties, particularly their ability to emit negative ions. This characteristic of tourmaline sets it apart from other crystals and has made it a subject of interest in various fields of study. Negative ions are atoms or molecules with more electrons than protons, giving them a net negative charge. These ions are naturally abundant in certain environments like mountains, waterfalls, and beaches, especially where water is in motion. It's the reason why these natural settings often feel refreshing and invigorating. In the context of tourmaline, the crystal is known to produce negative ions under certain conditions, such as when heated or put under pressure, a phenomenon known as piezoelectricity. The emission of negative ions by tourmaline is believed to have several beneficial effects on the human body and mind. One of the primary claims is the impact on mood and overall well-being. It's often suggested that exposure to negative ions can enhance feelings of happiness and reduce feelings of depression or anxiety. This belief is somewhat supported by studies that indicate negative ions in the environment can have a positive effect on mood and psychological well-being. Crystals that share similarities with tourmaline in terms of emitting negative ions and promoting well-being include amethyst, citrine, and clear quartz. Like tourmaline, these crystals are believed to have the ability to emit negative ions, which are thought to contribute to feelings of happiness and overall well-being. Amethyst is known for its deep purple hue and is highly valued for its purported ability to purify and transmute negative energy into positive energy. It is often used in spaces to create a calming and soothing environment, which can indirectly contribute to a sense of happiness and contentment. Citrine, with its bright yellow color, is often associated with positivity and joy. It is believed to emit a frequency that promotes optimism and can help uplift the mood. Citrine is commonly used in practices aimed at attracting abundance and personal development. Clear quartz, known as a master healer, is thought to amplify the energy of other crystals and the intentions of the user. Its capacity to emit negative ions is believed to enhance mental clarity and emotional stability, thereby contributing to an overall sense of happiness and well-being. The advent of X-ray crystallography was a game changer in understanding the mysterious inner workings of crystals. This technique, which involves directing X-rays at a crystal to observe the diffraction pattern, has uncovered intricate details about the atomic and molecular structure of crystals. Before this technology, the knowledge about the internal structure of crystals was based mostly on observation and hypothesis. With X-ray crystallography, scientists could finally see the exact arrangement of atoms inside crystals. They discovered that crystals are not just random assemblages of molecules, but highly ordered structures with atoms arranged in a repeating pattern, forming a lattice. This lattice structure explains many of the physical properties of crystals, such as their shapes, growth patterns, and how they break One of the most significant findings was the discovery of the structure of common table salt, sodium chloride. X-rays showed that sodium and chloride ions are arranged in a simple cubic structure, alternating with each other, which explains why salt crystals tend to form cubes. X-ray crystallography also revealed the complex structures of more intricate crystals like diamonds and quartz. In diamonds, carbon atoms are bonded in a strong tetrahedral lattice, making it one of the hardest natural substances. Quartz, on the other hand, has a trigonal crystal structure, with silicon and oxygen atoms creating a spiral-like arrangement, which is related to its piezoelectric properties, electric charge generated under mechanical stress. The most revolutionary discovery made using X-ray crystallography was the double helix structure of DNA. This finding, which unveiled the structure of the genetic material in living organisms, was crucial in understanding how genetic information is stored and transmitted. Crystals have been linked to ancient power sources in various esoteric and occult traditions. These traditions suggest that ancient civilizations had a deep understanding of the energetic properties of crystals far beyond what is recognized in modern science. The most commonly cited example is the use of crystals in ancient Egypt. Hieroglyphs and artifacts suggest that Egyptians used crystals like quartz in their jewelry and burial practices, believed to be not just for decoration, but for their power to connect the physical world with the spiritual realm. Some occult scholars argue that Egyptians used the crystals in their lighthouses, harnessing their ability to focus and amplify light. In Atlantis, a legendary island mentioned by the philosopher Plato, crystals are said to have played a central role. Occult texts describe Atlanteans as having used large crystals to harness energy from the sun, the stars, and the ether, a kind of invisible energy field. These crystals were supposedly used to power machines, heal illnesses, and in rituals to attain higher states of consciousness. Tibetan and Vedic texts also speak of the use of crystals. They were believed to be tools for spiritual development, aiding in meditation and enlightenment. Some texts suggest that these cultures had detailed knowledge of the vibrational properties of different crystals, using them to balance energies in the body and the environment. The idea that crystals could store and transmit energy is central to their perceived role as ancient power sources. This concept is somewhat mirrored in modern technology, where silicon crystals are used in computer chips and quartz is used in watches for its precise vibrational frequency. Furthermore, crystals have been linked to the concept of ley lines, invisible lines that crisscross the earth. Occult practitioners believe that ancient civilizations built their structures like the pyramids and Stonehenge on these lines. They theorize that crystals were used to tap into these ley lines, harnessing the Earth's natural energy. Another fascinating aspect is a purported use of crystal skulls. Found in various parts of the world, these skulls, often made of quartz or amethyst, are thought to be ancient artifacts imbued with vast knowledge and history. Some occultists believe that these skulls were used in ceremonies to access high wisdom and to connect with otherworldly realms. In a crystal, we have clear evidence of the existence of a formative life principle, and though we cannot understand the life of a crystal, it is nonetheless a living being. Tesla believed that crystals, particularly quartz, could be used to amplify and transduce energy. This belief was rooted in the piezoelectric properties of quartz, its ability to generate an electric potential in response to applied mechanical stress. Tesla experimented with crystals, aiming to harness these properties for wireless transmission of energy and communication. One of Tesla's lesser-known inventions involved the crystal oscillator. He theorized that a crystal, when cut to the right shape and size and subjected to electric current, could produce a consistent oscillatory frequency. This concept was crucial in the development of radio and other wireless technologies. Tesla's work laid the groundwork for the use of crystal oscillators in modern electronics, such as watches, radios, and computers. Tesla was also fascinated with the potential of crystals for storing and retrieving information. He speculated that crystals might be used to capture and replay thoughts or images, akin to a primitive form of recording technology. Although this idea was ahead of its time and not realized materialized in his lifetime, it anticipated future technologies that use crystalline structures for data storage. In his more esoteric pursuits, Tesla considered crystals as tools for tapping into universal energy patterns. He believed that the Earth itself was a giant crystal, resonating with its own frequency, and that by understanding this frequency, one could harness the Earth's energy. This concept aligns with the occult beliefs in ley lines or energy grids of the Earth, with crystals acting as conduits or amplifiers of this energy. Tesla's interest in the vibrational properties of crystals extended to their potential healing properties. He experimented with high-frequency electrical currents, Tesla coils, and their interaction with crystalline structures, exploring the possibility of using these frequencies for therapeutic purposes. Quartz crystals are vital in technology due to their unique physical properties, particularly their piezoelectric effect. This effect
where's my power?
generate an electrical voltage when subjected to mechanical stress. This property is pivotal in creating precise and stable frequency standards. In electronic circuits, quartz crystals are used as crystal oscillators. The consistent oscillation of quartz under an electric field makes it ideal for keeping time in watches and clocks. This same principle is applied in computers and mobile phones, where quartz regulates the frequency of electronic circuits, ensuring accurate operation. Another significant technological application of quartz is in radio frequency transmission and reception. Quartz crystal oscillators are used to generate stable carrier waves for radios and televisions. They're also crucial in the functioning of cell phones, where they help in signal transmission and reception, ensuring clarity and reducing signal loss. In addition, quartz is used in the manufacturing of electronic components like resonators and filters. Its ability to resonate at specific frequencies is employed to filter out unwanted frequencies and stabilize signal transmissions. Quartz thermal stability is another reason for its importance in technology. It can maintain its crystalline properties over a wide temperature range, making it reliable in various environmental conditions.
Oh, I suck.
Masaru Emoto's research on water has captured the imagination of many, particularly in the realms of spirituality and alternative medicine. His experiments primarily involved exposing water to different types of stimuli such as words, thoughts, music, and prayer, and then freezing it to observe the crystalline structures in the ice. Emoto claimed that positive stimuli produced beautiful, well-formed crystals, while negative stimuli resulted in distorted and irregular formations. This led him to conclude that water could respond to emotional energies and intentions. Although Emoto did not specifically incorporate crystals in his initial experiments, his findings had interesting correlations with the practice of water infusion with crystals. In the world of crystal healing and alternative therapies, it is believed that crystals can impart their energies into water, altering its physical and energetic properties. This concept, while not directly derived from Emoto's work, shares the underlying premise that water is receptive to external energies and can be influenced by them. Crystals, each with their unique vibrational frequencies, are thought to transfer these frequencies to water when they are immersed in it. For example, rose quartz, associated with love and emotional healing, is believed to infuse water with these qualities. Similarly, amethyst, known for its purifying and protective properties, is said to transfer these energies to water, potentially enhancing its quality and the well-being of those who drink it. The practice of infusing water with crystals often involves placing clean, safe crystals directly in water or in a surrounding container where their energetic influence can be imparted without direct contact. Proponents of this practice believe that just as Emoto's experiments showed water's responsiveness to emotional energies, the water can also adopt the energetic imprints of the crystals. This idea aligns with the broader concepts in energy medicine and holistic health, where the subtle energetic influences of objects and intentions are considered significant. While the scientific community remains skeptical of these claims due to the lack of empirical evidence and standardized research methodologies, these practices continue to be popular in alternative health circles. Recent research introduces the possibility that crystals may have the capability to alter the alkalinity of water. This concept has led to the exploration of using crystals such as adventurin, chalcedony, and others to infuse water, potentially enhancing its properties. Aventurine, a type of quartz known for its shimmering effect, is traditionally associated with prosperity and clarity of mind. When placed in water, it's believed that aventurine can impart these energetic qualities, possibly affecting the water's pH level and making it more alkaline. Alkaline water is often valued for its health benefits, which include improved hydration and potential antioxidant effects. Chalcedony, known for its nurturing and harmonizing attributes, is thought to absorb negative energy and promote emotional balance. The infusion of chalcedony in water might not only influence the alkalinity, but also imbue the water with these calming properties. Beyond aventurine and chalcedony, a variety of other crystals are being explored for their unique effects on water. Each crystal is believed to contribute distinct energetic and physical changes to the water. For example, rose quartz is often associated with love and emotional healing, while amethyst is linked to purification and spiritual growth. The idea is that immersing these crystals in water could transfer their properties, thereby enhancing the water's benefits. One way to benefit from the transformative power of crystals is to drink water from slim crystal bottles. Each of the slim crystal bottles contains 9 types of natural crystals inside them. Experts claim that they can provide fantastic benefits to the human body. So, if you're interested in these benefits, please check out the description of this video down below. Nikola Tesla, known for his groundbreaking contributions to the development of electromagnetic technology, has been linked to the concept of purple plate, a topic surrounded by intrigue and esoteric lore. These purple plates, also known as Tesla plates, are said to be influenced by Tesla's research and ideas, although he himself did not directly create them. The purple plates are typically made from anodized aluminium and are colored purple, believed to be a significant color for its high frequency and energy. The concept behind these plates is that they're infused with Tesla's free energy theory, supposedly harnessing cosmic energy and providing a range of metaphysical benefits. It's claimed that when objects or people come into contact with these plates, they absorb this energy, leading to various positive effects. The theory suggests that these plates can help in energizing and revitalizing the body's natural healing processes. This is based on the idea that living beings have an electromagnetic nature, and that the subtle energies from the plates can align and balance the body's energy fields. People have used them for a range of purposes, from promoting physical healing to enhancing meditation and spiritual practices. In addition to their supposed health benefits, purple plates are also believed to energize and structurally change water when placed beneath a container of water. This concept is somewhat related to Masaru Emoto's theory that water's molecular structure can be influenced by external energies and intentions. The origins of the purple plates are traced back to Ralph Bergstresser, a friend and admirer of Tesla, who claimed to have been inspired by Tesla's work to develop them. Bergstresser believed that by capturing the vibration energy of the universe, as Tesla had theorized, he could imbue the plates with a healing frequency. Despite the lack of scientific evidence to substantiate the claims made about purple plates, they have gained a following in New Age and alternative healing communities. Users of the plates often report subjective improvements in their well-being, energy levels, and overall health, although these experiences are anecdotal and not supported by empirical research.
Which would you prefer, eternal life or unlimited wealth? How about both? For that, you need the Philosopher's Stone, a substance that can turn base metals into gold and grant you eternal life. The Book of Aquarius contains the instructions for the Philosopher's Stone. Now, although the process can take years, the ingredients are simple. You have them in your home right now. But the Book of Aquarius is derived from many older texts, including one very mysterious artifact, the Emerald Tablet, which contains not only the recipe for immortality, but the secret to everything in the universe. This knowledge has been around for centuries, but has been suppressed, until now. Medieval alchemists received this knowledge from the Arabs 1,000 years ago. The Arabs got it from the Egyptians 2,000 years before that. But the Egyptians received this knowledge 36,000 years ago from the most advanced culture on Earth. The Emerald Tablet comes from Atlantis. For hundreds of years, the recipe for the Philosopher's Stone was the most sought-after secret of alchemy. According to legend, This substance could turn ordinary metals like lead and iron into gold. The Philosopher's Stone was also called the Elixir of Life because it could restore youth and even grant immortality. For centuries, alchemists attempted to create the stone, breaking down, distilling, and combining different materials in pursuit of this goal. This actually led to the creation of chemistry. Now, this might sound like hocus pocus, but some of the most brilliant minds in history believed in the Philosopher's Stone and dedicated a large portion of their lives in pursuit of it. Some became so infatuated that it drove them to the brink of insanity. Isaac Newton is remembered for his contributions to mathematics, astronomy, and physics, but he was also interested in alchemy. Newton spent the last 30 years of his life obsessed with the Philosopher's Stone. He even made his own translations of the Emerald Tablet, which are still studied today. Holy Roman Emperor Rudolph II brought the best alchemists in Europe to court. Men like John Dee and Edward Kelly were given a private lab and an unlimited budget. At the beginning of the Renaissance, there was an alchemist who, as the legend goes, actually discovered the Philosopher's Stone, and his name was Nicholas Flamel. Now
He gave it to Dumbledore.
What?
Well, he actually puts it in Gringotts vault, and then Hagrid fetched it for him.
Now, I don't think
But
that's...
Voldemort wants it, because he's stuck in the back of Quirrell's head, right? Then Hermione gets them past the Devil's Snare, and then Ron plays Wizard's Chess. By the way, he used the Nimzowitsch defense as an opening gambit. You don't see that much with Wizard's Chess.
Now, if you believe in the legend or Harry Potter, Nicholas Flamel didn't die in 1418. He succeeded in creating the Philosopher's Stone, and he and his wife Perenelle are still alive and out there somewhere.
Whoa, 600 years is a long time to be married.
I guess it is.
Cuzzo. You left this orange juice? Okay, appreciate it. Well, yeah, good morning times two, because I was up earlier, I just went back to sleep. I said I was up earlier, I just went back to sleep. Yeah. Oof. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I use the bathroom. Yeah, we can watch it after I get out. All right. Oh. Okay. Oh shit, they got another one. They got two more.
Nice.
Yeah, we behind.
This battle is sponsored by
Yeah, we're behind.
Doom Saiyan. He's Wiz and Boomstick, and it's...
Another gross bug planet.
This planet isn't anyone's to conquer.
Don't underestimate me!
Just like my son, sticking his nose in places he's not ready for.
My sons would kick his ass!
You're an embarrassment.
Wait till you see the real power of a Saiyan. Real power of a Saiyan.
Am I supposed to be impressed?
My sons need me. I won't let you take me from my world! You said Saiyan. Remember it. Fuck.
Okay, these Gokus have got to stop picking fights with guys in capes.
Pitting Saiyan against Viltrumite is fascinating. Among the many similarities, 5 specific categories stand out.
Starting with speed. Bardock is much faster, given his power level matched Goku dodging asteroids at 9.5 trillion times light speed, much higher than the Viltrumite's fastest speed. Add on the 50 times multiplier from Super Saiyan and it's a huge difference.
Right, Bardock clearly has the speed advantage, but strength and durability are another story.
Though it doesn't seem like it at first, Bardock scales to King Veggie, who wrecked 3 planets at once, and Omni-Man only smashed 1. But given how big that one planet was, the numbers are actually pretty similar. Until we factor in the Super Saiyan boost, right?
Well, there's a catch. A major plot point in Invincible involves the coalition of planets admitting that their weapons cannot hurt Viltrumites.
So, when their ship's cannon obliterated this gigantic solar disk, it highlighted just how tough the Viltrumites really are.
This disk completely blocked the sunlight and heat between a planet and its star. And this is no ordinary planet. Its size and density are so high that its inhabitants are as strong as Viltrumites just due to living in its natural gravity. To fully block the light to such a planet and remain in consistent orbit, the disk would need to be positioned at its L1 point, the spot that creates an uninterrupted view between sun and satellite, and the disk itself must be about half the diameter of the star in question. This means the scaling of the disk puts it at 3 septillion tons.
That's 24 zeros!
Which makes Omni-Man over 11,000 times stronger than base Bardock.
Not even the Great Ape or Super Saiyan forms could make up that difference. So strength goes to Nolan.
Still, numbers aren't everything. As far as versatility in combat goes, neither had one distinct advantage that could win outright.
Omni-Man survives in space for much longer, but Bardock barely squeaks out the edge here thanks to his ranged versatility with key attacks and, of course, Super Saiyan.
Okay, let's address the Super Saiyan Bardock thing. It's perfectly fair to question whether or not the form should be in this comparison at all. However, even with the form included, Nolan still takes this, especially when it comes to our last two categories, experience and stamina.
Yep, Omni-Man's been around a lot longer than Bardock, over 2,000 years, and even with Super Saiyan, Bardock's no master of the form.
And without that mastery, the form drains the user's energies at an increased rate. Which brings us to what may be Omni-Man's most surprising advantage.
Those weird smart atoms.
Saiyans like Bardock can fight for days on end, but only for so long. Bardock possesses a limited pool of ki, which only depletes faster when using super forms like the Great Ape. In contrast, Omni-Man's biology prevents him from tiring in most cases, letting him travel across whole galaxies for weeks non-stop. And his smart atoms adjust to counter whatever physical strain he's subjected to.
Bardock's crazy speed and power made him a real challenge.
But Nolan's strength, experience, and sheer endurance presented an unstoppable and unshakable force that would inevitably land the killing blow.
When push came to shove, Omni-Man raised the bar, Duck.
The winner is Omni-Man.
Next time on Death Battle.
I think we knew Omni-Man was gonna shit on Bardock though.
Yeah,
I don't think I think we knew he didn't stand no chance.
Off the rip.
You know, it just.
Ain't nobody touching Omni-Man.
Come on now. I mean, Bardock. Come on. Y'all have been better putting off Goku in there, for real, you know?
Right. And that's not even saying that he would beat him, but I mean...
Yeah, exactly. But you're better off, you know what I mean?
Stood more of a chance, but I mean, you know...
Because he still had...
But look at how he... Look at what Superman did to him, though.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So, you know what I mean? It'd been more of a challenge.
Yeah, so...
For sure. This is...
Not really my color. From a baby.
First off, Joker in the Batmobile is... Come on now. Stop playing.
OP.
Come on now.
Let's get wild.
But I've never played Twisted Metal, so I don't know it.
I played it a little bit. That ain't... I mean, he ain't... That's him right there. That's it.
Ooh, so many buttons.
Yeah, come on now.
This is a game to him. He's having fun.
He just has so many more, like, the Batmobile just has so many more gadgets than whatever Sweet Tooth got on his ice cream truck.
That's the Arkham Batmobile.
What's
On top
this
of that, the
one
most
do?
powerful. See, I rest my case. Joker's definitely having a blast. Playing better than him.
He in the Batmobile. False. False.
Really? Can't just let a guy have his fun. Okay. Let's go.
Here I come, Scrawny.
All right, let's see it. Come and get it, tough guy. You miserable excuse for a clown. Come on. Come on. Boom.
Shut up and bleed, you mother... Get out!
Oh, my bleed! Oh, can't take a joke. Can you, big guy? Okay, that's funny. Well, okay. Let's talk about this. Killing someone from inside a tin can? That's no fun. The cold of their skin, the blankness of their eyes, the reveal of who they really are. It's so much better when you savor all the little emotions. Right?
Right. I want to see you bleed. I want to watch you die.
Just one more lesson. Capiche? The best kind of punchline is the one you don't see coming.
What is this? Die, 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 die.
I mean,
yeah.
Yeah.
I already knew Joker had it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this is the battle.
Springtrap versus Junko.
That's not an actual battle.
That's Freddy versus Pennywise.
That's not an actual battle neither.
Nah.
It's a battle cat.
It would be crazy.
Well, it is. I've been wanting to see this since Kingdom Hearts.
Difficult to find, you are.
This is an actual battle.
You must be.
I don't know who got this.
Me.
The Force, maybe Yoda, but they have the same fighting style. You ain't seen Kingdom Hearts.
But I know the mouse got some power though. So powerful the Star Wars department.
A wealth of power I sense in you.
If you say so.
My first duel. This is not.
You could have fooled me.
Prove you are. That size matters not.
Right back at you, pal. Hot dog!
The path to victory. This is not the Force. I must trust.
Oh gosh. You sure are strong, but it's time to end this tussle.
Surrender, you should. The power of the Force, you have not.
I can try! All I need is the light!
Huh? Do or do not. There is no try.
What a shame.
Worry, do not. One with the Force, I am.
Laugh it up, fuzzball!
KO! Yeah. Mickey's that dude. That's what I'm saying. You get to play with him on Kingdom Hearts. And after that, I was like, yeah, he could be Yoda, which is crazy.
He's ridiculous.
Yep, we all cut up now. We all cut up now, cuz. Oh.
Kid Goku versus God?
That's a good one.
I haven't seen much. But I heard he's ridiculous.
Yeah. What's good, Kaden?
It's unwise to vaporize a god's dessert.
Witness my infinite power.
So you have chosen death.
Oh. Ridiculous! Perish!
Hakai! Interesting. Apparently, I've found a worthy foe.
The hard way it is, then.
Don't you dare. Now look what you've done!
This is your fault, you stupid cat!
Hello there, stranger. Welcome.
Kneel for me!
Hello there, stranger. Welcome.
Hey! No fair! You're no match. You lack the instinct.
You're trash! You'll die like dirt! You're all mine! What? That's impossible!
Now you're catching on. I am the impossible! That was for my ice cream. KO!
Okay.
He avenged his ice cream.
Okay. That was a battle right there.
Yes,
That was
sir.
a battle right there. That's
Yes.
yeah, we like that. That was yeah.
Yeah.
He said, "Now you're catching on." We seen that one. Oh, it's battle cast.
Man, they teasing us with these battle casts.
I mean, sometimes they eventually do them. Like they talked about Mickey Mouse and Yoda like years ago, and they finally did it.
Man, I'm waiting on Dr. Manhattan versus the genie from Aladdin. Yeah, they was promising that one. You feel me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we done seen all these though.
Yeah, Rick versus the Doctor was crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yep, we caught up. We are caught up. Huh?
Thor versus Wonder Woman was a classic.
Mm-hmm.
I like how they mixed up their theme songs.
Let me see that.
Oh, they already dropped the teaser?
Things called Viltrumites. You should try winning a fight against them
5 mil
sometime.
every
Okay,
time.
too soon, Cecil. Also, how much does it cost every time you,
That's
teleport? Isn't that taxpayer money?
Do you know the gross economic output of Liechtenstein?
Not even a little.
More than that.
Okay, well, that seems really irresponsible.
It's been months, Mark. Months since 2,000 retirees got their vacation cruise ruined, and you got your ass kicked by some second cousin of your dad's who dropped in to prove a point.
Hey.
That point being that she could kick your ass without breaking a sweat.
That's not nice.
Not only that, she promised Mr. 10 times worse was on his way. So what exactly have you been doing to prepare? There's only 8 billion
It's a lot
people
smoother.
counting on you.
Hey, I've been busy.
Busy doing what exactly?
Well, I've been busy writing, designing, storyboarding, voice acting, key posing.
Hey,
wha-
no, stop.
show us
I'm
the
not
work.
falling for that shit. Who do you think I am? Some pickle-hating, one-eyed rube from planet Just Let the Viltrumites Win?
I don't think that. What?
No, I bet you don't. And don't even get me started on your little 4-month vacation right in the middle of things. We all sure love that. Give some mayonnaise.
Okay, it was more like 3.5.
This is life or death, Mark. People are counting on you to live up to your obligations. So what exactly are you doing to get ready for what's coming?
you know, I'm stuff.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about. And why I shouldn't leave a 19-year-old in charge of Earth's security. All right, we're taking over your training.
Training? What training?
What training? Okay, how about weightlifting, cardio, speed, damage resistance, flexibility, battle tactics, reactions, and punctuality.
That's so much stuff. Okay, when is this all gonna start?
I thought you'd never ask.
Come on.
We're a top secret organization, Mark, and we learn from our mistakes.
Well, I need to know when to show up.
Fine. Lights.
Much better. Still can't believe I have to exercise.
Okay.
Stop impressing the dead. I'm gon' make it out. Promise I'm gon' make it out. Mama, I'm gon' make it out. Pussy, I'm gon' make it out. I ain't never had a doubt inside me. And if I ever told you that I did, I'm fucking lying. Can you feel that light inside? Can you feel that fire? Can you feel that fire?
He's about to.
Yeah, that's building up this song.
Yeah, he about to go hard. He about to go hard. Well. Some niggas are crazy.
Just lay there.
All these are random ass videos now.
Yeah, I'm a.
Where the love go? Deep throat, West Urban Trick, rock and roll speak. When your boy check my verse, in reverse, he's spazzing out. Go get the nurse, she passing out from vast amounts of. All you hoes, you know how it's my ego, yeah. Bag of tricks, looks like you got hit with a bag of dicks. This right here is the master mix of Bloods and Crips, so don't resist or smack your ass like Will did Chris. Give a demonstration in front of the nation. Smack. You mind your own, watch your tone. I'm too damn grown for this shit. Sticks and stones, well I'ma pick the stick and crack your ass. You need a maxi pad. It's my ego. All you hoes, you know. It's my ego, yeah. Worry about what kids do, I'm a cold motherfucker. Get out my igloo. The CEO with an EGO can pick any flow, any miney mo, and body you bitches, make y'all religious. I'm here to fight reptiles and lizards. Motherfucker is the grand wizard. I take they shit, wipe my ass, then I flip it. I break they shit like when your cousins come visit. And then I tell them, fuck your analytics. I don't pivot. I give it to you vivid. If you's a bigot, you probably won't dig it. If you's a hoe, you probably get triggered like one of these internet bitches. They know it's my ego. All you hoes, you know how it's my ego. Yeah. It's my ego. All you hoes, you know how it's my ego. Yeah.
Even that was some kind of message. It's one of those if you know type things. You know how we do it. Yeah, see. L&M, then Exhibit. Oh yeah, Exhibit did drop something new recently, didn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the West Coast trying to rise again, huh?
No, that's trash. That's trash. That whole song was trash. She could have left that. That wouldn't even done good in the 90s.
You don't think it would have done good in the 90s?
No.
It probably would have done better in the 90s.
Yeah, it would have done better, but it's definitely not. It's definitely not.
So then that's just nostalgia talking then.
Yeah.
Coming from
This-
my end of it, really.
Basically, that's not going to be. Only people who's going to play that over and over again are people on the West Coast, and that's just because they love Ice Cube.
That's just what they That's just what they like over there. I mean, you know.
Wanna fuck your face until your lips go numb. Try to spend this cash and I wanna see you shit all on my
Okay,
thumb.
alright.
Wanna put my balls inside you and go dumb.
Just out of nowhere, though.
Mm-hmm. That was...
Excuse me. I was actually bullied for my. Excuse me. I was actually bullied for my freckles severely. And I don't think you should put makeup freckles on because you weren't bullied. Oh, that's crazy. I don't care at all. Shut up.
Dude is insane, bro.
Suicide.
Right, we want to combine these two, so smack it.
check that out. It's on Xbox.
Smack it. Smack it again.
Shut up.
No,
People got a lot of time on their hands, just the most random two things that no one have ever put together.
Right, you trying to mess up my algorithm? X no. That's crazy.
No, some of the stuff will just pop up.
Up with it?
I just up. Up,
Yeah.
right. Down.
Is that good? Right
No,
there.
no,
Down?
go down. Right there. Smile.
Like how far down? Like,
Down. You had it for just a second.
like right there?
Up a little. Up.
Where is it? It's like right
You're
here.
on it. It's right there. Up. No, to
Right
you,
there?
to the right.
Like it?
You have it. Just smile.
Down?
You literally just had it.
That's crazy.
I'm not sure the Joker 2 should be getting as much hate as it's getting. I mean, I saw it, you know, there are people that find it kind of poetic if they really understand, you know, the character study.
And a bunch of other developers. It looks fantastic. Look at this main menu, man. It looks official. And look, it could spin barrel around. But look at this, man. So, look at how much we're rendering. You need a pretty cool. We can go into slow motion to kind of really look at it and control turning. A Flash game, like, look at how good the city looks, man. Wow. I'm actually really blown away by this. And then, you know, we've got some AI here. So what is this? Is this an enemy? No, that's just meant to be like people walking around. Interesting, but I love the effect of the running, dude. Like, look at this. That looks fantastic. Alright. So we've got yeet. Nice, nice, okay. You also got crimes here where you can fight these NPCs, and it's quite interesting. It's a bit buggy, of course, because this isn't, you know, the finished version or anything, but there are quite a few takedowns that you can do, which is actually pretty cool, and seeing him, like, fighting enemies is pretty damn awesome, man, because we haven't really seen that just yet. Now, of course, you can still wall run in this game, but I think it's only on certain buildings, and here it actually kind of glitched out on me. I think this just can happen, you know, but this is such a cool takedown. Alright, let's see. Can we go up here? No, we can't. That's out of bounds. Okay. But dude, the fact that it runs this good is actually insane to me. Like, looking at everything here and how good it looks. Oh man. Like, look at this. We are running so fast, man. I can't get over how cool this is, dude. I actually can't get over how cool this is. Oh man, that is gorgeous, man.
I feel like you run a lot faster.
What? And then here we've got like
my dude
all
is
these
breaking the speed force,
taxis
he
and
should be gone.
different cars. We've just got a crazy parking lot here. Alright, what else? It's just therapeutic. You're just running around and just having a good time.
Godspeed. And not even like on the series, they could probably do the comic accurate Savitar, which would look sick if the designers knew what they were doing. They did not put Goku in God of War.
He modded it.
Of course. it gets kind of terrifying. I remember the Goblin Titan from season 2. She was pretty dope. I mean, I don't know if they called her the Goblin Titan. That's what I called her. Because because that's what her Titan.
It
looked
is
like.
the
It looked like a
year.
goblin. I'm playing the mess out of Hogwarts Legacy, so I know Goblin when I see one.
With a magnetic football is crazy.
This is the world's first mag.
Logan the Wolf yet? Oh, dude.
No, it's on my queue.
With all the variations of the Venom symbiote and stuff.
I gotta like her video.
I was the one who...
Mortals, sinners, prepare for divine justice!
Oops.
Stand still and face your judgment, mortal!
Okay.
What do you think of this color? Is it not beautiful?
Incoming genius! I'll end this fight before it even began. Death in reverse!
Magnificent! Mortals, sinners, prepare for divine...
Why aren't you dead? Oh shit!
To stand atop all things and look down upon creation itself, that is the work of a god!
Empty threats to a living paradox!
How truly foolish.
Sorry, was that important?
That was nasty. I'm about to give me something to eat and drink.
Bong. You don't understand. This isn't like a computer lore or anything. It's more like...
You can do that. We think that's cool.
Hey, what the? You're not gonna fight us? Yeah, sorry. I hope you're not insulted. No time for fighting here. We're trying to solve a mystery. It's kind of a different sort of mechanic, different system.
Kill Nitor, but you won't kill us.
Someone beat us to the punch. They attacked Dr. Giblets and all his men. Oh, we need more information. Let me hack the door so we can go deeper and look for more clues.
All right then, let's keep moving.
Hey, I don't know what's behind that door, but you can't get in there yet. Maybe that's where Giblets is. I don't know. We have to scan a bunch of stuff first. So do that, and then maybe the door will open. Just letting you know.
Exploding? Hello? Well, before I even answer that door, let me look around. Man, I feel like my house is just nothing but doors. Bedroom. Interesting UI here. I can't sleep. I can miss people trying to find safe place in my house.
Ain't nobody getting in. Bump that.
Can't open that. Can't open this. Can't open that. Can't open this. Can't open that. Alright, so the most part we can only really interact with the bedroom or this. People from the cities have already started coming to the neighbors. People have changed a lot. If they come to your place, let them in. Just be careful, okay? I've heard of people being killed by other people. Now I hear these stories more and more often. An acquaintance said that creatures look like humans are coming. In a few days, they will tell me what signs can be used to distinguish them from humans. Are you one of them? You can't stay alone. Something very evil will come and who knows what's next. What's going on out there? It's safe to look out the windows at night. And I even recommend it. That way you at least realize what surrounds your house. It's hard to look out during the day. It gets very hot. The light hurts my eyes. No, not. It's hard to decide visually. We'll be told later by the 40s what to do. Look in the windows. You don't know what's going on. And keep your head down. It's dangerous. So no one else will come tonight. I don't think I can direct to the windows yet. This soundtrack's interesting. You're gonna sleep in my cabin? Are you sleeping in there? Good morning, dear viewers. What's this? It's the morning weather forecast. The sun keeps shining, the summer heat persists in our town. I know you're not like some kind of evil person. The duration of this heat has already broken a Guinness record, and it seems that the good weather isn't going anywhere. Scientists are closely monitoring solar activity and predict its intensification, but they assure us there's no need to worry. So grab your sunglasses, take your best swimsuits, and don't forget your hats. And most importantly, make sure you don't get sunstroke. Lately there's been more weird behavior in the town, and experts think it's because of too much sun. You're 100% like one of those doppelganger things. So I can watch TV. Right. Living room. I really like how this UI works. With like the opening of rooms to like a 2D. Here's our neighbor. Did you see the newscast? It's a nightmare. Okay, in this heat, every dialogue is going to waste your energy. So think about who you want to talk to. And one more thing, checking people for signs of guests should be in the dialogue too. So be careful how you spend your energies. If you decide you've talked to everyone and don't want to sleep, have a beer. Go to the kitchen, have a cold one from the fridge. Your house guests about all sorts of things. In dialogue with them, you can check for signs of fake people. Next, you can decide what to do with those who are not human in your opinion. If you don't want to communicate with anyone else but still have the strength, drink beer in the kitchen. There's one in the fridge that probably get a chill. They'll make you so sleepy eepy. Eepy weepy. And wait for help. If they call an evacuation, stay close to my family. Now have a beer and get some rest. You look tired. By the way, I've heard that at night someone walks around asking if you're home alone. If you open the door, don't say that you're alone. You see Newcastle's Nightmare. Beer. How do I look out the windows? Pantry, I'm not sure there's anything to do here. I guess as we get more guests, people actually... It's not just skip it files. So it's not quite exactly like that, because you're going to actually interact with the people out there. You watch graceful ballerinas gliding across the stage performing beautiful pierrots. Classical dance brings back warm childhood memories and makes you feel making beautiful things. Time killer. Okay, I think the real game starts now. In distance, the neighbor's house. The neighbor is visiting you now. The lights are on the windows, and the family seems to be waiting for him to leave you back home for dinner. I heard someone at the door. You see several teenagers spending time in a field outside the window. They're sitting around chatting excitedly, not paying attention to you. Can't trust some teenagers. They're evil, I tell you. Oh, I see. The daytime is the talking cycle. Nighttime is the actual survival cycle. Dead quiet outside. Nobody's there. Even alcoholics for some reason decide not to show up in the street. Are they afraid of someone? Someone was at the window. I mean, the door, rather. Is my dad here? Can you call him? It wasn't scary during the day, but now it is. A lot of people went out at night. Tell me something about your dad. I can tell you a lot. I think you're evil. Before he goes out, he likes to have a little beer. Or maybe you're just ugly. Maybe you're just an ugly kid. He leaves me lunch, dinner, and juice. Today I tried the beer he drinks. Ugh, it's awful. Why drink that when there's juice? Oh, please don't tell him. Did you get here safely? You know, it's like everything is turned upside down. People now stay indoors or sleep during the day. At night, they go out and do things. I was still not used to being afraid of the dark, but it seems like there's nothing to fear. Or is there? Yeah, so people are sleeping during the day because it's super hot. But now they're going out at night, but now there's like evil doppelgangers or weird things out there. I'm calling Dad for you. Good luck. Thanks, good luck to you too. We go now. I'm scared to be outside alone at night. We're gonna play a game. Maybe some kind of game where you have to roll dice. Then walk on objects. I mean, like a chair or a couch. Then you have to build a road. Anyway, I'll show you later. Goodbye. Okay, it's your kid. Your kid, sorry about calling your kid ugly.
Look just like him.
I hear someone else at the door. I'm gonna check these windows real quick. I was hiding in the pub, but I was kicked out. Why? I don't get out my temper. I don't mean to offend anyone. Don't get me wrong. It's just sometimes it gets sickening. You know how it is. What do you think? Will you let me in?
No.
You're not a visitor, ain't you? You think I'm one of those monsters? No, I'm no visitor. Asking anyone to get their face about it's just crazy. It will be like that from now on. Why did they kick you out of your last shelter? I was thinking to tell you something offensive, but I changed my mind. I told you, people... Those would have eaten me alive and not even noticed. You know, I'm gonna let you in.
No!
Thanks. Trusting people nowadays are worth no more than a coin. That's why I appreciate your trust. Maybe. Alright, I can't promise anything. My logic is, this is twisted, is that you're abrasive, and if I were some kind of weird doppelganger thing, I would not be abrasive. Unless it was me thinking that Manly would, like, think an abrasive person is not a doppelganger, and knowing that I would act abrasive. I think you're evil. Sorry for disturbing you so late. It's just too hot during the day. TV set's better not go out in the sun. Is there any corner for me? How did you get here? I didn't really intend to come. Yeah, the asphalt's already melting under my feet, but it's not that bad here yet. It will make you laugh. I got visitors in my house. Huh, can you imagine? They kicked me out of my own house. I'm wandering around, like we're trying to hide from the sun. What do you think will happen in the future? I don't know. Will I survive? Who will help me? How long will I have to search for help? I don't know what will happen next. I can't even guess. Aren't you scared of this? I'm very much so. I'm not trusting you. I mean, this could just be an art style. You better leave. Huh? Oh, yeah. Anyway, thanks for listening, May. Okay, I guess I'll move on then. Bye? Yeah, bye. Seems no one else will come tonight. Alright. We interrupt your morning show for an urgent message. Today at 6:20 a.m. there was a powerful solar energy eruption. This flare was larger than scientists predicted. The air temperatures have reached a critical level. Authorities declared a state of emergency. On to the news. Aliens? People emerging from the underground? No, this isn't a sci-fi story or tabloid headline. Eyewitnesses report contact with visitors around the city. One witness encountered a middle-aged man with perfectly white teeth. Turns out he was one of these visitors. Us? They. Similar incidents where visitors reporting perfect teeth have been observed. So if you want to identify them, check their teeth. Please stay alert and calm. Now let's move on to other news. But all you people who were went to the dentist, none of you all come into my house.
Right.
That's you. See, the problem is I think they're doing it in style too, so you just can't go in their body shapes. Yeah, did you want something? How do you recognize a visitor? I know no more than you. Visitors can be identified by perfectly white teeth. It's a fracking bullshit. They just want us to kill each other. Not clear why. I don't think our neighbor.
This episode of the Y-Files is brought to you by...
My boy ran it.
Unpredictable horrors lurk around every corner, forcing you to find the missing people while desperately clean. If you stare into the abyss long enough, the abyss stares back at you. Friedrich Nietzsche. Friedrich. Okay. There's some other officers this time? I'm not alone? I'm not alone. What's up, officer? Why your face covered? It don't matter. Why are you... Bro, that's a whole fresh foot. What y'all doing? Y'all wasting y'all time. Throw that on the grill. Toe bean burgers go hard.
We're done with him.
Intensely large wall of ice. It's a mile high and stretches as far as the eye can see in each direction. So you sail to the right to see if you can find a way around it, and you sail and you sail and you sail, and no matter how far you go, it never ends. And in fact, you wind up right back where you started. It is a literally impenetrable ice wall that you can never cross. Obviously, this is where the world ends. And obviously, this ice wall was built to keep us from falling off the edge of the earth. And obviously, the world is flat. Except no, any Bonnie sea captain worth his salt would have known that the earth was round in 1840. He would have known that he was traveling around in a circle. Nobody thought Antarctica was the end of the world. But in terms of accessibility, it might as well have been. Antarctica is a harsh, punishing, deadly place that's next to impossible to survive. So even though the world did not end at Antarctica, it is kind of like a new world begins. There's a reason NASA trains astronauts for future Mars missions in Antarctica. It's basically another planet down there. People have only taken up residence in Antarctica in the last 100 years. It's still very much unexplored lands. In the old days, unexplored lands were rife with legends and myths and speculations. Darby dragons and whatnot. And Antarctica is no different today. Yeah, I started looking into it and I found a mountain of like wild stories and mysteries surrounding Antarctica. So in this video, let's take a look at the single most mysterious place on planet Earth and get to the bottom of what's going on down there. If there's one word to describe Antarctica, it's desolate. An endless landscape of white snow and ice, simultaneously one of the driest places on Earth and home to 60% of the Earth's fresh water. All of it locked up in an ice sheet that covers 99.6% of the continent. A continent that's way bigger than you might think. In most map projections, you only see a little sliver of landmass at the bottom of the map, or it gets divided up in some way. But it's more than twice the size of Australia, and big enough to cover the United States, Mexico, the Gulf of Mexico, and most of the southern Canadian provinces. And all of it under an ice sheet that averages 2,160 meters thick. That's 1.3 miles high. Average. It's also the windiest place on Earth, with an average wind speed of 10 knots, but it can reach up to 80 knots or 96 miles an hour due to something called katabatic winds, which are basically caused by cold, dense air being funneled through the valleys in the landscape. It's also extremely isolated, surrounded by some of the largest oceans in the world, with the mainland more than 1,000 miles away from the closest inhabited continent. The closest point being the Antarctic Peninsula that reaches out to within 600 miles of Tierra del Fuego in Argentina. And of course between them is the Drake Passage, which is considered one of the roughest areas of ocean in the world. Because of course it is. Oh, it's also old. And lakey. There are about 400 underground lakes in Antarctica. Or under ice, I guess. Scientists started finding these lakes in the 1970s using radar, seismic, and satellite technologies, and some of these are over 3 kilometers deep in the ice. And then in the 1990s, Russian scientists discovered a lake that they called Lake Vostok. This is the 6th largest lake by volume in the world. And for some reason it's not ice. Why is it not ice? Everything around it is ice. It turns out there's a geothermal vent down there that's warming up enough of it to keep it liquid, but again, this is the 6th largest lake on the planet, and it's under almost a mile of ice. 15-million-year-old ice. Geothermal vents, of course, are teeming with life in most places that they're found, but this particular place has been completely isolated from the rest of the world for 15 million years. There was a raging debate over what kind of sea creatures might live at the bottom of Lake Vostok for 2 decades. Scientists would get their answer in 1999, but more on that later. There's just something about us humans that we see a place like that remote, that isolated, that deadly, and we say, yeah, I'm totally gonna go there. So, starting in the early 20th century, it was also the site of a string of tragedies as explorers raced to be the first to the South Pole. And perhaps no explorer exemplifies the hubris of the so-called heroic age than Robert Falcon Scott. Robert Falcon Scott, besides having an amazing name, started his career as a respected British Navy officer. But in the 1890s, both his father and younger brother died unexpectedly, which made him the lone provider for his mother and sisters. So he became desperate to elevate his status. But there just weren't a lot of advancement opportunities in the Navy at the time. And then in 1899, while home on leave, he had a chance encounter with the president of the Royal Geographical Society, a guy named Clements Markham. And he was funding an expedition to the South Pole, and he needed a commander. So yeah, Robert Falcon Scott jumped at the chance. So in 1901, he set sail on his ship Discovery with fellow explorers Ernest Shackleton and Edward Wilson. And they didn't quite make it to the pole. Although they did reach 82 degrees latitude, which is the furthest south anybody had ever been at that time. But yeah, they eventually had to turn back with just 530 miles to go. This was actually kind of a disaster. They ran out of supplies, the crew all came down with scurvy, they had to resort to eating their sled dogs to survive, and still, Robert Falcon Scott wanted to press on. It was actually Shackleton who insisted that they turn back in order to save the crew. This actually led to a major falling out between the two of them that lasted for years. Still, Robert Falcon Scott returned to Britain a hero. They did cover new ground and made new geographical discoveries. There was a scientific component to this trip, so a lot of cool science was done. And to the British public, who had been kind of demoralized at this point in history, yeah, he was kind of like proof that Britt still had some fight and pluck in him. He got invited to Balmoral Castle by King Edward VII. He actually promoted him to the commander of the Royal Victorian Order. He became a toast of society for a while, and he eventually met and married a wealthy socialite named Kathleen Bruce. So in a way, he got exactly what he wanted from that trip. But deep down, it always really bothered him that he never quite got to the South Pole, you know, and he kind of blamed Shackleton for holding him back. And publicly, he was really nice to Shackleton. They got along and whatnot, but in practice, he was pretty antagonistic. Like in 1907, Shackleton launched his own expedition to the South Pole, and Robert Falcon Scott forbid him from landing in the McMurdo Sound, which is the same place where the Discovery had landed when they went the last time. And at the time, it was by far the safest landing spot. But Scott insisted that that was his field of work, and he had rights to the area. So yeah, he was willing to put Shackleton's whole crew in more danger because of that. Swell dude. Shackleton landed there anyway on his ship, which was called the Nimrod, and they got a lot closer this time. They got to 88 degrees latitude. It was a mere 95 miles from the South Pole. But again, supplies ran out, dogs were eaten, and Shackleton made the decision to turn back to save his crew, which he succeeded at doing. They all made it back. Barely. By the way, this would happen again to Shackleton several years later on the Endurance. You might have heard the story of the Endurance. The ship basically got destroyed in the sea ice, and he and his crew were stranded there for about 4 months before they could be rescued. But they did all survive. So while Shackleton never quite made it to the South Pole, he did earn the reputation as a captain who, always put his crew first, even if it meant foregoing personal glory. Something that could not be said for Robert Falcon Scott. In November 1911, the ship Terra Nova landed on Ross Island, and from there, Robert Falcon Scott set off with a crew to the South Pole, which he was going to reach this time no matter what. For once and for all, he was going to beat Shackleton, and he was going to be the first human being to the South Pole. The crew faced all the usual hardships, including sled dog stew, but they pressed on, and on January 17, 1912, they did it. Robert Falcon Scott reached the South Pole, and what he found there was a Norwegian flag. Yeah, Roald Amundsen got there just a month before him. And he had no idea, at least not until he saw the flag planted there. So yeah, he and his crew, they turned around and headed back to their ship.
Mad.
Which they never actually reached. One by one, they succumbed to the cold and starvation, including eventually the captain himself. And thus ended the career of Robert Falcon Scott.
No talking noise? Okay, there we go. Good to say.
By the way, Roald Amundsen made getting to the South Pole look easy. Like, dude just crushed it. While everybody else had struggled and suffered and often died, he had actually trained with his crew extensively for years beforehand. And yeah, the whole thing went really smoothly. They got back to the boat 10 days early. Though it does need to be said, his entire mission was strictly competitive. Like, he was just there to get to the South Pole. There was no science component to it, whereas Scott's mission did have a science component to it. In fact, when rescue teams found their final resting place, they had on them the first fossils ever found in Antarctica. And this actually turned out to be one of the first big mysteries of Antarctica because these fossils were petrified wood, meaning Antarctica used to be covered in forests. What? Region. But after Amundsen and Scott and Shackleton, technology improved and more explorers and scientists made a lot more discoveries in Antarctica. And with it, a lot more mysteries. So I talked about Lake Vostok and how deep under the ice it was. Well, there's another mysterious lake that's even deeper, and they called it, wait for it, Deep Lake. It's an inland lake in East Antarctica. It's about 55 meters below the sea level, and as you go deeper into it, the salinity increases drastically. It's about the same salt content as the Dead Sea. In fact, it's 10 times saltier than the ocean. But because of that salinity, the water never freezes, even though it gets down to negative 20 degrees Celsius. So you might think that nothing could possibly live in water that cold, but nope. Something does live there. A study in 2008 showed that there's actually 3 species of a bacteria called Hyloarchaea, which makes up most of the biosphere there. Hyloarchaea, if you're not familiar with it, it's a single-cell organism that basically it thrives in salty water. And like I said, there's 3 different species of Hyloarchaea, and they're all adapted to different parts of the lake. Like some like deeper locations, some like to eat the protein in the water, and some like to eat the sugars that the green algae produces. Speaking of algae, I mentioned earlier that 99% of Antarctica is covered in an ice sheet. Well, one of the few places that's not covered by an ice sheet is McMurdo Dry Valley, and it kind of looks like Mars there. But one interesting site there is Taylor Glacier, which has a 5-story waterfall that pours into Lake Bonny. What's interesting about this particular waterfall is it looks a lot like blood. Yeah, it looks like somebody just stabbed the glacier and it's bleeding out. So they named it Blood Falls, and only recently scientists have been able to figure out what makes it look that color. Yeah, Dr. Ken Livy is a scientist at Johns Hopkins University, and he used transmission electron microscopes to basically examine samples of the Blood Falls waters. And what he discovered were tiny iron-rich nanospheres that oxidize, which turns the water red. And nanospheres apparently occur in nature. I think of nanospheres as like a molecular thing with graphite or something like that, but they are real things that happen in nature. They're about 1/100th the size of an average human red blood cell, and they've got their own unique chemical and physical characteristics. And these nanospheres come from a lake that's about 400 meters underground. It's very salty, and it's cut off from the air, so it just kind of like sits there, but it's very iron-rich, so once it seeps through the fissures and hits the air, the iron-rich water rusts, creating blood falls. Yeah, I've got to do it. Coming this Sunday to the Poughkeepsie Civic Center, Tokamak and Stellarator featuring Blood Falls. Get tattoos free. Antarctica's largest ice shelf is the Ross Ice Shelf, named after Dr. James Clark Ross, who discovered it in 1841. And when I say large, I mean it's about the size of France. It covers over 500,000 square kilometers. It's also several hundred meters thick. All of that, very interesting. What really makes it interesting is that it sings. Kind of. No, that is not the newest Aphex Twin single. That is an actual ice shelf vibrating. It's caused by winds blowing across the snow dunes that create vibrations on the surface, and those vibrations create seismic tones. The thing is, we can't actually hear those vibrations. They're seismic tones, so scientists have to use seismic sensors to hear the songs. What you're hearing has been ranged up quite a bit so that we can hear it. And it was discovered by accident. They were actually installing these seismic sensors to try to observe other things, and they kept hearing these sounds, and they didn't know where it was coming from. And also, the songs change based on environmental shifts like snow melting or moving. In the late 1950s, something really strange was discovered in the northern Wilkes Land in East Antarctica. It's a gravity anomaly, which is exactly what it sounds like. It's where there's a difference between the predicted value of gravity at a specific site and what's actually observed there. So yeah, there's just a place in Antarctica where gravity works differently. You know, that thing. What could cause gravity to work differently in a certain spot? Well, in this case, it looks like it was a giant impact crater. You know, the one that wiped out all the dinosaurs. NASA is actually who found this gravity anomaly as part of their Gravity Research and Climate Experiment mission in 2006. Now, there's still studies to be done here. It's not completely confirmed yet, but if this were an asteroid impact, they think it might have actually been strong enough to break up Gondwana land as the supercontinent that separated Australia and Antarctica. In 2017, a giant hole opened up in Antarctica. How big is this hole? It's the size of Ireland. It's a hole the size of Ireland.
That's crazy.
A hole. It's 78,000 square kilometers. It's actually the largest hole found in Antarctica since the 1970s, which implies that there were bigger holes found in the 70s? It's a structure called a polynya, which is basically an area of open water and sea ice. It's located in the Weddell Sea in the Southern Ocean, and it formed basically because the warmer water in the deeper parts of the sea pushed the warm water up, causing the ice on the surface to melt. And then as the water makes contact with the cooler surface water, it sinks again. And then it's reheated and pushed to the surface, and this goes on over and over again. Now there's a lot of these types of holes, these polynyas, that have popped up in the sea ice all around Antarctica, but this one is massive, and they're still not exactly sure how one this big could form with the methods that they're aware of anyway. So it's a bit of a mystery. In 1964, the British Royal Navy's HMS Protector visited Beauvais Island, which is located here, between the Cape of Good Hope and Antarctica. And while there, they found a lagoon and a waterlogged lifeboat. This boat didn't have any sails, didn't have any markings, just a nameless boat in a lagoon in a remote part of the world. They also found a pair of oars and a 44-gallon barrel, but they didn't find any signs of life or any human remains. It seemed to have just been this abandoned lifeboat, and nobody knows who abandoned it or where they went. Even weirder, in 1966, another expedition went to that same spot, and this time the lifeboat was gone. There was no mention of it. Like, it just disappeared. There are ghost ships. Are there ghost lifeboats? Because this might be a ghost lifeboat. And now that I've talked about ghost ships, it's time to pivot a little bit. Everything that I've talked about so far is just kind of like weird things that happen in a weird part of the world. There's some really crazy stuff going around about Antarctica. So let's get into that. About 10 years ago, a story started swirling around regarding Lake Vostok, which I was talking about earlier, and the life that might live down there. According to this story, a Russian drilling crew was working at Lake Vostok in 2012 when they came across apparently a monster octopus that they named Organism 46B. This monster octopus apparently had all the kind of qualities you would expect from an octopus. It was apparently really smart. It was actually able to disable the worker's radio. It paralyzed prey by releasing venom into the water, and it could shapeshift into other shapes, which octopuses are kind of famous for. And according to the story, the researchers were able to capture the octopus, but Russian authorities showed up and took it away and denied that it ever existed and that nothing was ever found there. And military weapon. Thanks, Antarctica. Speaking of monsters, some people believe that Nazis built a secret base in Antarctica where they took Hitler at the end of World War II. There have been no shortage of Hitler actually survived stories that happened since World War II. This is just the Antarctica version of it. And people who believe in this story also believe that from this base they were able to defeat American and British military by shooting down their planes with the use of UFOs. The US did eventually destroy this base in the 1950s with nuclear weapons, but you wouldn't know this because various governments around the world have, of course, concealed all this knowledge. And if a Nazi base using UFOs for war wasn't enough to blow your mind, well, guess what? We have wound up exactly where we all expected to be. Aliens. Because, Nazis flying UFOs, that's crazy. Military weapon. Thanks, Antarctica. According to the story, the researchers were able to capture the octopus, but Russian authorities showed up and took it away and denied that it ever existed and that nothing was ever found there. And because of that, Organism 46B remains a mystery, and some even believe that Putin plans to breed the octopus as a bit of a military weapon. Thanks, Antarctica. Speaking of monsters, some people believe that Nazis built a secret base in Antarctica where they took Hitler at the end of World War II. There have been no shortage of Hitler actually survived stories that happened since World War II. This is just the Antarctica version of it. And people who believe in this story also believe that from this base they were able to defeat American and British military by shooting down their planes with the use of UFOs. The US did eventually destroy this base in the 1950s with nuclear weapons, but you wouldn't know this because various governments around the world have, of course, concealed all this knowledge. And if a Nazi base using UFOs for war wasn't enough to blow your mind, well, guess what? We have wound up exactly where we all expected to be. Aliens. Because, Nazis flying UFOs, that's crazy. It's actually aliens. And I guess it makes a little bit of sense. If there are aliens living here on planet Earth, why not go to the most desolate and isolated place in the world to set up a bit of a base and launch all your UFOs from? And of course, there's no shortage of photographs that have weird anomalies in it that you can't quite explain that look like UFOs. And last but not least are the stories about pyramids or ancient civilizations that have been buried under the ice of Antarctica. Some people believe that this might have been like an ancient Egyptian civilization with the pyramids and stuff. Some people believe it might have been Atlantis. After all, we know that Antarctica used to be a more tropical continent that was in a more suitable place for life and civilizations to flourish. If you're going to have an ancient city or civilization get buried underwater, why not get buried under ice? So what are we to make of all these crazy stories coming out of Antarctica, mysterious lifeboats, monster octopuses, aliens, Nazis? Well, here comes the wet blanket. So we can start with that mysterious lifeboat. So in the early 2010s, online researchers actually figured out what it was, and it turns out it was a Soviet Antarctic whaling fleet that visited Beauvais Island in November of 1958. People were sent ashore, but the bad weather set in and people were temporarily stranded. So there's not a whole lot of story behind this. A helicopter picked them up a few days later. They weren't stranded for very long, but they did leave the lifeboat behind in the lagoon. Why it disappeared later, it probably just sunk further down into the water. The monster octopus in Lake Vostok has a pretty simple explanation. It turns out, it's entirely a work of fiction. It can be traced back to a specific blog post by a guy named C. Michael Forsyth, who was a former writer for, yes, the Weekly World News. Remember when you would go to the grocery store and you would see the Weekly World News and you just knew that it was fiction and it wasn't real and it was just like fake stuff? Feels like we've lost a little bit of that lately. Yeah, I guess the Weekly World News isn't really around anymore, but he published this on his own personal blog page, and it was clearly labeled fiction. I guess this is kind of like the Sergei Ponomarenko video that I did. It was a story that kind of took on a life of its own, and turns out the whole thing was made up. But it's easy to believe because, yeah, colossal squid do exist in the Southern Ocean, but because it's a subglacial lake, it lacks sunlight, has those extremely cold temperatures, it's unlikely that a complex creature of that size could survive in it, especially something as big and complex as an octopus. Now, regarding all those pyramids that people claim to have found in Antarctica, it turns out that there's just a lot of mountains in the world that look like pyramids, especially when shot from above with the sunlight hitting it at a certain angle. And in Antarctica especially, you have a lot of like the tops of mountains kind of peeking out above the glacial ice, which it looks like the size of a pyramid, but it's actually a full-on mountain. You just don't see most of the mountain. This, by the way, is called a nunatak. That's a mountain or a hill surrounded by glacial ice. In fact, there's a whole range of mountains in Antarctica called the Ellsworth Mountain Range. It was discovered in 1935, and yeah, it features a lot of these pyramid-like shapes. This one in particular is 1,265 meters tall from the base of the mountain to the top, but all we really see is the top of that mountain sticking out of the ice. So yeah, it looks like pyramids to a lot of people. Now, as far as the Atlantis story goes, ice has covered Antarctica for 15 million years, which is way longer than humans have walked the Earth. So if we were somehow able to establish an ancient civilization at the South Pole, it would have only happened after everything was completely frozen over. Which seems impossible considering the temperatures and the fact that there's just not a whole lot of food there to stay warm and nourished. So yeah, stories about Atlantis are usually vague and lacked any solid facts. So like, yeah, when Asians and Europeans talked about unmapped places in the past, they could have been talking about Australia or Oceania. So now we get to the Nazi conspiracy theories, and here's the deal about that one. There's a little bit of truth station so that Germany wouldn't have to be dependent on whale oil from Norway. The Germans actually landed in an area that was already claimed by Norway called the Dronning Maud Land. But, you know, they planted flags there and they called it Neuschwabenland. Sure, I pronounced that perfectly. But yeah, the area was abandoned by the Nazis in 1945. Since the 1950s, it's been mapped by satellite, aircraft. Nothing's there. And it is also true that the US and Britain conducted military and bombing operations around Antarctica. But those were test missions. They didn't have anything to do with Nazis well after the World War II. They seem to have been conflated with the Nazi base to create stories about secret missions and UFOs. It all just comes together into a nice conspiracy stew. And speaking of the sightings of UFOs that I was talking about, most of the crashed UFOs I was talking about can easily be explained as rocks or mountain peaks or tipped over icebergs. The fact of the matter is, Antarctica is a very strange alien landscape where things don't look normal because they're not normal, and it's just really easy to apply wild and crazy stuff to the things that you see that don't make sense to you. By the way, one more thing, I didn't even talk about this earlier, but the Earth isn't hollow and Antarctica isn't a gateway into the planet. The hollow Earth theory actually goes back to Edmund Halley, the same guy behind Halley's Comet, who came up with the idea in the 17th century. But this theory's been disproven since the 1730s, and modern science has proven that the Earth is actually composed of rock and iron, including the life in Lake Vostok. No, it's not a monster octopus, but yes, they have found evidence of life down there. So in 1998, a joint team of scientists drilled an ice core down to Lake Vostok, looking for life. And by the way, if you're thinking to yourself, oh god, did they contaminate a potential ecosystem that's been kept pristine for 15 million years? Well, you're ahead of me. The team was made up of scientists from Russia, France, and the US, and the ice core they drilled was one of the deepest ice cores ever drilled. It went down 3,623 meters, or 11,886 feet. That's over 2 miles. They stopped, thankfully, about 100 meters above the water level, but even in that ice, they found extremophile microbes, so there's definitely life down there. In 2012, a Russian team got a bit more bold and were able to actually collect water from the lake. I know that sounds like they just dipped a ladle down there and took a sip, but they were actually really careful about it. So here's how they did it. They drilled down to like just above the water barrier and then slowly, just a little bit at a time, pushed forward until the pressure from underneath forced the water up into the borehole. And then they pulled the drill out as soon as the water went up there. That water then froze, which plugged up the hole, and then they drilled into that plug and collected a sample from that ice that was made from lake water. This method's been used several times since then, and there are samples that have been studied, and the consensus seems to be that there's a diverse and teeming ecosystem down there. DNA sequencing found over 3,500 unique gene sequences, 94% of which were bacteria, and 4% were from more advanced eukaryotes. These species were described mostly as what one would expect to find in, brackish water around deep sea sediments and thermal vents, but while the vast majority of the life that was found was unicellular organisms, there was some multicellular ones in there. Nothing much more complex than that, though. Except, a team in 2020 found DNA that was 97% similar to a type of rock cod that lives off the coast of Antarctica called Notothenia cordyceps. Now, most don't think that there's actual species of cod living down there. It's expected that's a contamination of some kind, because there has been some contamination. Yeah, Lake Vostok has been a bit of a flashpoint among environmentalists because water samples have shown traces of kerosene and antifreeze in it. Yeah, one of the problems that they ran into when they were drilling this, again, 2-mile long borehole is that sections of this borehole would freeze over. So the Russians started using kerosene and Freon to keep the holes open and lubricated. And they didn't just use a little bit, they used 60 tons of the stuff. Now, it wasn't like they were just pouring it into the lake. There were only trace amounts that had been found in it, but still. Anyway, there's a whole debate around that, but that's just one thing that's been studied in Antarctica. We studied things like the ozone hole, million-year-old DNA, neutrinos from outer space, and evidence of fires during the time of the dinosaurs. Oh, and remember that Mars meteorite that they thought might have had fossilized bacteria in it? Yeah, that was found in Antarctica. They've also used Antarctica to study team dynamics for future missions to other planets. All of which is really cool, but this video is already running really long, so I'm going to add an extra section to the version that I upload to Nebula, because I can do whatever I want there. Yeah, in my last video I used a clip from the Jetsons intro, and some copyright troll tried to get my video taken down. That's one of like 1,000 different things I have to think about when I post things on YouTube. And look, I love YouTube, but I gotta be honest, I kind of like not having to think about all that when I post on Nebula. YouTube rules don't apply there. I make the rules. Now, there's been a lot of talk of creators starting their own streaming services, which, God bless, but, Nebula's been doing this for years with hundreds of creators at this point, all of whom post early and ad-free, and like me, include additional content for our viewers. And Nebula's really been expanding lately, getting into original series like the ever-popular Jet Lag, Real Life Lore's War Room, and Neo's Underexposure series. Plus, there's a new news division run by TLDR News, and something I'm really excited about is they're getting into short and feature film productions, one of which I'm actually going to be helping out with next month. And it really is a place where the creators run the show, so if you really want to support a big old group of thoughtful creators and get access to all kinds of exclusive stuff, just click the link down in the description below or scan this code right here. You can get 40% off your annual subscription. That comes out to $30, about $2.50 a month. Or if I've done such a good job of selling this and you have decided right here and now that you don't want to just sign up for Nebula, you want to have Nebula for the rest of your life. They do have a lifetime membership. It's $300. And I know that's Oil Tycoon money, but if you have it and you're interested, it does go almost directly toward new original content, including some things that I'm working on myself. So it's really like you're helping me get a dream project made, if that helps. Anyway, it's nebula.tv/Joe Scott. Your interest is much appreciated. All right, thanks a lot for watching. If this is your first time here, these are the kind of things that I do on this channel. I talk about fun topics that increase your knowledge and make the world a little bit more interesting. So if you haven't seen any of my stuff before, this is new to you, maybe click down on the sidebar if you're on your website or on your computer. There's plenty of videos down there that the algorithm should be showing you, or you can just kind of take a look right here. Google thinks you might like that one. Take a look at them. I invite you to subscribe if you enjoy it. I do come back with videos every other Monday right now, usually every Monday. Anyway, that's it for now. Thank you guys so much for watching. Please share down in the comments what your favorite Antarctica fact is, if there's anything that I missed or whatnot. And outside of that, you guys have a good rest of your week. Stay safe, and I'll see you next Monday. Love you guys. Take care.
Syria.
2023. It's kinda. It's been out about a year and some change now. Let me get some water before we start up. What time? Shoot. I'm gonna play some music.
In September 1989, Doug Muchler reported for duty. He was a counterintelligence officer stationed at Fort Richardson, just outside Anchorage, Alaska. His job was investigating espionage and terrorism, so his first stop was the map room. He needed to get the lay of the land. Doug grew up in Ohio, so learning about the rugged terrain and wilderness of Alaska would take a lot of studying. Alaska is a big place, almost 700,000 square miles, twice the size of Texas. Doug spread out a few maps across the giant table in the center of the room. He scanned the maps. They showed mountain ranges, rivers, lakes, cities, old mining towns, the typical stuff. But then something caught his eye. On a map of Denali National Park, there was an area no bigger than his thumb that was whited out. Doug grabbed a magnifying glass. There were no features. About 60 miles west of Mount McKinley was a small zone labeled, "This area not surveyed to date." Doug thought this was odd. The entire state of Alaska was definitely surveyed, every inch of it. How could this tiny patch be not surveyed? The thing about that location haunted him. And 3 years later, he'd find out why. Where could he be?
Yeah, human, quick! The safe hidden in your closet to borrow some bread.
Some bread?
It means money.
I know what it means. Why do you need the money?
Gertie and I have fallen on hard times.
How? I give you a free house, free food, free car. Oh, by the way, Gertie can't borrow the truck anymore. I don't even know what that stain is.
Oh, my baby spits. She can't help it.
That's really too... Look, I said I don't want to know.
Oh, come on. You rub a little club soda on it, it comes right out. Hey, look, if you'll owe me some money, we won't need your truck.
Okay. What's the money for this time?
Gertie and I are starting a new business, Camel Toe. Okay, here's our commercial. Ready? Is your car broken down? Do you need a tow? Call Camel Toe. We'll hitch you to a hump and camel tow you anywhere you need to go. Cash only, AARP and AAA memberships not accepted. Other restrictions may apply.
Didn't you already start that rideshare business?
Oh, humped. Yeah, that didn't work out. I kept receiving calls that were, let's just say, salacious.
Salacious?
It means inappropriate.
I know what it... Look, I'm not doing that bit again. Will you just call PDS Debt?
Oh, my! Did you just camel tow your vehicle into today's sponsor?
I sure did. PDS Debt is a top-rated company on Google and have an A+ rating on the BBB. They have options for anyone struggling with a lot of monthly debt payments. Credit cards, personal loans, collections, medical bills. Everyone with over $10,000 or more in eligible debt qualifies.
Yeah, but my credit score is, well, it's terrible.
Well, there's no minimum credit score required. Bad and fair credit is accepted. You can save thousands in interest and fees and pay off your debt in a fraction of the time. PDS is giving our qualified viewers a free debt analysis just for completing the 30-second online assessment at www.pdsdebt.com/files.
That's pdsdebt.com/files.
That's it.
Okay, I'll call him right now.
Good. So you can stop trying to get into my safe.
Oh, I'm not working on the safe. I got the Beaver Brothers on that. Beavers are master safe crackers. Haven't you ever heard of beaver burglars?
I think you mean cat burglars.
Right. Hey, boys, try the human's cat's birthday. Yeah, see. I told ya. Predictable.
It was late 1992, and Doug Muchler was killing time with a few dozen off-duty soldiers. Someone shushed the group and turned up the TV. The local news was running a story about an underground nuclear detonation in China. It was so powerful that it sent shockwaves in the Earth's crust all the way to Alaska. But that wasn't the story. When seismologists analyzed the data, they saw the cross-section of a huge object about 100 feet below the surface in central Alaska. It was a pyramid, a huge pyramid, bigger than the Great Pyramid of Giza, 550 feet tall from the top to the base. The news showed the pyramid's location on a map. Doug wasn't sure, but he could swear it was right in the middle of the location marked, "This area not surveyed to date." He ran to the map room. He was right. Next stop, his quarters. He set his VCR to record the 11 o'clock news. He needed to be sure. The late-night news came and went without a single mention of the pyramid. Doug called a few news junkies he knew. Nobody heard anything about it. The next day, with military intelligence credentials, Doug went to the local news station. The station manager said there was no such story and had no idea what Doug was talking about, then returned to his office. Doug stood in the lobby for a minute, confused. Not only did he see the news story, but almost 40 other soldiers did too. The station manager's strange behavior made Doug feel that something wasn't right.
Had a Men in Black stop by.
Well, that's what Doug thought. But this visit was off the books. He had no authority here. As Doug was heading out, he heard a voice behind him. It was one of the younger employees. The kid nervously gestured for Doug to come over, so he did. The younger man was clearly rattled. He looked around, lowered his voice, and said the story was true.
Look, I'm not supposed to say anything. I could get fired for this, but this just isn't sitting right with me.
Doug acted like he wasn't sure what the kid was talking about, but he was pretty sure what he was talking about.
That story about the underground pyramid is real. We ran it during last night's 6 o'clock broadcast. A few hours later, a couple of scary guys in suits came by the station and grilled my boss in his own office. Next thing I know, the story is pulled from the 11 o'clock lineup, and all the tapes of the story were confiscated. It's all gone.
Doug asked why. Although, again, he knew the answer, he just wanted to hear this kid say it.
After the suits left, the news director said we had to kill the story because it involved a Chinese nuclear test. It was a matter of national security. We were told to forget about it. The nuclear test, the pyramid, all of it. Pretend it never happened or face criminal charges. That's all I know.
The kid begged Doug to keep him out of it, and Doug agreed. Again, as an experienced intelligence officer, Doug knew these tactics.
I went back to the office in formation that night. I told everybody what I'd found out, and the guys in the unit were like, wait a minute, we watched it. What do you mean they didn't run it? You know, same thing I was saying.
Doug continued his normal duties at Fort Richardson, but he couldn't stop thinking about that pyramid. He was frustrated, but there was no way to get more information. Then, a year later, Doug was transferred to Fort Meade in Maryland, home of the National Security Agency, and that would provide an opportunity. In 1990, but for a unit nearby.
Oh, he was totally working for the NSA.
Probably. Fort Meade was also home to a giant warehouse of files. Row after row, shelf after shelf, floor after floor. It was a giant archive of government activity, and much of it top secret.
Ooh, like where they keep the Ark and all that stuff?
No, this place was just files.
Well, I'd still like to snoop around there.
So would I. Doug played it cool. He introduced himself to the archivist and showed him his credentials. Doug asked if there were any files about archaeological sites in Alaska. He didn't say pyramid or anything like that. He kept his questions non-specific. The archivist didn't blink. He wrote down a few numbers and handed Doug a slip of paper. The floor, the row, the shelf. Doug was getting closer. He found the Alaska files. He pulled a few and settled into a reading room. But he wouldn't get the chance to learn anything.
Here come the Men in Black.
And I had just sat down, and these two guys came. You know, you can feel someone standing behind you. And these two goons go, hey, you don't have a need to know for that information.
Doug turned around and asked what they meant. He was just looking at archaeological sites in Alaska. They said, we know what you're looking for. You need to leave the building immediately. Doug asks why.
They don't want us messing with them up there anymore. They don't want you messing with them up there. They don't want us, anybody, messing with them.
Wait. Messing with who up there?
Well, that's what Doug wanted to know, but the two guys...
Men in Black?
Right. They realized they just said too much. What the pyramid is.
How?
Because they're the ones operating it.
Yahtzee!
That's cool.
Marty Johnson shook his head and quietly laughed. As an engineer in the Navy during World War II, he worked on more than his share of top-secret projects. But this was something else. He was flown from Omaha, Nebraska to Unalakleet, Alaska, wherever that was, and then rushed onto a white bus with blacked out windows. On the bus were a few engineers and technicians. Once everyone was settled, the bus started driving east. Nobody was told where they were going or specifically what they were doing. And honestly, Marty didn't care. This was exciting. While most of the passengers seemed nervous, Marty was smiling. He was recruited by Western Electric Manufacturing. Well, technically, he worked for Bell Labs, created from the engineering department of Western Electric and half owned by AT&T. When offered the job, Marty didn't need much convincing. He'd be working on highly classified projects for the military. His specialty was electrical engineering, but Marty Johnson could build or fix anything you threw at him. He liked a challenge, and working on cutting-edge tech was right up his alley. In the late 40s, he worked with transistors. These little devices revolutionized electronics. He had no idea how Bell came up with the idea, but wow, did they change everything.
Aliens gave them the transistors.
Maybe. Well, here it was, 1959, and Marty felt he was helping invent the future. He couldn't tell his family where he was or what he was doing, but they understood that his work, whatever it was very important. After a 6-hour bumpy ride, the bus finally stopped. When the door opened, the cold Alaska air rushed in like a punch in the face. Stepping out of the bus was even more shocking. After 6 hours in the dark, the bright white Alaskan landscape was overpowering. Marty lifted his collar, shielded his eyes, and walked with his colleagues. Once his eyes adjusted, Marty became confused. There was nothing here. Ice, snow, mountains, that's it. Then he heard a shout from up ahead. Two men in uniform stood next to what looked like a concrete shed in the middle of nowhere. Marty would need answers soon. The cold wind was taking the fun out of this adventure. The group shuffled into the shed. The officers came in last and closed the door. In unison, everyone sighed in relief. One of the officers told the group to grab the rail and hold on. He yanked a metal gate across the door and pushed a button. With a quick jerk, the platform began dropping. Now Marty understood. The shed was just an entrance to this elevator shaft. As the elevator descended, the temperature warmed a bit. It was still cold enough to see his breath, but at least they were spared from the biting wind. And after daydreaming a bit, Marty realized they'd been going down for a long time. The elevator finally stopped. The officer opened the gate and gestured for everyone to step out. Marty followed the group out into the hallway. It looked like every military office building he'd ever been in. The gray concrete floor and walls painted green beige, the constant buzzing of overhead fluorescent lights, all too familiar. The group started moving again. Marty felt like he was on a museum tour, just following the crowd. They passed plenty of doors, so this place must be bigger than it looked. The doors had no names, only numbers. Clean, simple, efficient. Definitely military. The officer up front raised his voice a bit so everyone could hear. Before they started their 4-week orientation, they would get to see the project. Finally, Marty thought, judging by the murmurs in the group of the hallway. They were standing in front of a huge steel door. It had to be 15 feet high and wide enough to drive a car through. The officer grabbed a red phone receiver off the wall and spoke into it. Marty couldn't hear, but he chuckled to himself as he imagined the officer saying, "Open sesame." From somewhere, there was the sound of metal on metal, and the door began to slowly swing open. Not only was the door tall and wide, it had to be a foot thick. What could be in here that required security measures like this? Was it nukes? Marty hoped it wasn't nukes. The secrecy, the security. The officer proudly announced, "Gentlemen, welcome to the Dark Pyramid." In the spring of '78, Lee Pearson was at the Unalakleet Airport trading war stories with a fellow vet. Lee retired and became a teacher, but his new friend, a helicopter pilot, was still in the service. The pilot could tell Lee was missing the excitement of the old days, so he made him an offer. He was making a quick run into the infamous Alaska Triangle.
Lee, I got something that will get your blood pumping. We're taking some important equipment out to a secret base near Denali. You know Mount McKinley? We'll be in and out in 4 hours. You want to tag along?
Lee said absolutely. They hopped in the helicopter and started flying due east. After just under 2 hours of flight time, pilot gave Lee a heads up.
Okay, we're just about 5 miles out. Things are about to get weird. Our instruments are going to go crazy. You're going to hear all kinds of alarms. Don't panic. And we'll go VFR the rest of the way, and we'll be fine.
VFR?
Visual flight rules. Basically, you turn off autopilot, keep the ground in sight, and keep your eyes open for obstacles.
Got it.
Then the helicopter's electronics went haywire. The radar screen went out. The compass needle was spinning like a fan. Lee was visibly nervous. Then all the power in the helicopter, the instruments, lights, everything went black. But the helicopter kept flying. A few minutes later, it touched down. Within seconds, a ground crew was refueling them, with the engine running and the rotor spinning. Lee looked around. There were a couple of small guardhouses with towers. He saw 2 or 3 Quonset huts. Boxes of equipment were piled here and there. Razor wire was everywhere. Lee looked up. Overhead, a C-130 was flying tight circles over the area. Then, 6 men in black uniforms start yanking crates of cargo. Lee, being a military man himself, notices the uniforms have no insignia, no unit patches, no rank. They're heavily armed and aiming at the helicopter. Lee looks behind them. There's a Jeep parked just a few yards away. On top of it is a .50 caliber machine gun. It's loaded, manned, and aimed right at them. Lee glances nervously at the pilot, who gives him a look that says, "Relax, this is normal. Everything is working perfectly." Lee asks the pilot, "What the hell was that?" The pilot looks at Lee, taps his headset, and holds his finger in front of his mouth.
Ah, they'd be listening to the radio.
Yep. At a small bar near the airport, the 3 men sit at a quiet table in the back. A waitress drops off a round of beers. Lee grabs one, takes a sip, and says, "Okay, let's hear it."
That place is more secret than the Manhattan Project. Nobody's supposed to know it even exists. Deep underground is a giant pyramid made of black stone. They think it's stone anyway.
Lee asks who would build a giant pyramid underground and why.
All they know is that it's thousands of years old. They've had techs and engineers working there since the 50s. It's a power generator of some kind. And this thing puts out a lot of juice.
This sounded crazy to Lee. He asked how much power does the pyramid generate? The pilot said, enough to power the whole country.